having fun watching it evolve.
Yes, there was one part where it looked like Carek's arm had turned into like nothing.
There was one where he looked like a Sith.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Hi, everybody that might be listening.
I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think we tried to hide our ships a bit in the foliage. It is a very foresty planet, so Ni-Ella would be looking for any like large leafy branches, things that could be put to obscure the silhouette of the ship.
No, Beryl's helping.
We're in one ship or multiple?
We had 2 ships.
I'll continue to grab things and bring it to them so they can put it on. Beryl, what's your stealth?
4 diamonds.
Yeah, you roll.
I've got a yellow and green.
I have 2 green.
I will take those 2 blues.
Do I take 2 blues as well? Or 1 blue? Oh, okay. Because
Okay,
he
either
was
of
on
you
the
roll.
other
I will
ship.
not.
He was on the other ship. So I don't
Yeah,
know.
we're all in the clearing now. I think we're working together, and I'm not going to roll. So it's between the 2 of you.
Correct. You have 4 greens, you said?
Yep.
I have a yellow and a green.
Okay, you take it.
So I don't have my new gun yet. Can I use the triumph to actually make our group more stealthy and blended with the environment?
Oh, that's good. That's something. Okay, before heading out, Ni-Ella would kind of try to gather everyone into close proximity near the ships and speak quietly, kind of looking around to make sure there's nothing around them in this clearing or anything on the edges that they should be concerned about. She'll be brief. She'll say, okay, we're going to try to stick together. If for some reason we have to split up, Beryl, you're with me. Hali, you're with Carek and HX. Go with whichever group makes most sense. Remember, we're trying to stay unseen, gather information, but we could run into anything, so just be prepared.
Beryl gives a curt nod as she double checks her armor and her guns.
Yep. Carek nods and yep, says understood, Captain.
Anything else before we head out?
Do we have a time of day? That tracks. We will start heading through the woods.
All right. Yeah, let's head towards the settlement that we saw.
Go ahead, take them off.
I cannot.
Yep.
I'm an itsy bitsy Padawan.
I just figured you
Indeed.
had better defense because you were so small.
Beryl Beryl takes point. She does have her rifle in hand, but finger is off the trigger. She's just ready in case.
Neela's behind Beryl. She also has her pistol, but tucked with her hand under her robe, so it's not obvious. Just kind of glances back to make sure Carek and everyone is behind her.
And I'm going to try to stealth again myself. I'm going to whistle at Ni-Ella first and then go into stealth.
We're rolling stealth.
I got that silly error message as well. Yeah, it doesn't look like it did anything. OC question, are any of them armed? Not the children, but any of the people. Um, Beryl's going to turn back to Ni-Ella. Well, she lowers her gun, almost like slinging it back over her shoulder. And she speaks very, very, very softly to Ni-Ella about what she's seen, about the Republic flag, and trying to point things out without moving too much due to the gaze of the children, and asking Ni-Ella what she thought next steps should be.
Ni-Ella would nod and take a moment to consider, kind of move to see a little bit herself, but really cautiously, and turn back to Beryl. Part of our instructions were to consider whether whatever is here is not hostile and possibly explore cooperation. Seeing what's here in front of us, I think that might be the route we could consider. Do you think that we need further observation, or would that be a reasonable course in your opinion?
Beryl looks again at the Republic flag and how it's positioned, how the person in armor is acting, and she ponders a moment, and she says, I think it's worth going forward. They seem to be of Republic, but go forth cautiously.
Understood. Ni-Ella would turn back to the Jedi and HX, and are they close enough to hear that conversation?
I know Beryl spoke very softly.
Yeah, I pulled in a little closer to here.
Yeah, we can listen. That's fine.
Okay. So next, Ni-Ella would look to Carek to get his opinion before looking at Hali and HX.
Well, I see no reason for us to turn back. We know that we have a mission to accomplish, so on your lead, Ni-Ella.
All right. Forward we go. Ni-Ella takes her pistol and holsters it before turning to move forward out of the woods.
Beryl still, she'll fall back behind Ni-Ella, but not too far in order to be able to pull her back to safety if need be. But has her, like I said before, has her, right, her larger gun is holstered over her shoulder, but she does have a hand on her pistol, just in case.
Ni-Ella would approach, she'd have her hands visible kind of near her waist, but open palmed to make it clear she's not holding a weapon or trying to threaten anyone. And she would look either to the patrol if it's closer, or towards the person wearing Republic armor if they're closer.
Once again, Carek wasn't paying attention during that part of studies. Oh,
I
yes,
shouldn't.
that glorious day.
I shouldn't have rolled then. I would have. I got a success, but I shouldn't have rolled. Yep, she's a reader.
Ni-Ella, let's stop and think. It's out of character group. Are we telling them our real names? We didn't talk about this.
Thistle Bramblefoot.
Oh my god.
That's on you. It's your call.
All right. Ni-Ella would say, we're survivors from Sith attacks. We were on Belkadan when it was attacked, and we've been trying to find places of safety since. Ni-Ella would look back at Beryl, who has the most obvious weapons, and just nod her head.
Beryl frowns, but she puts the two guns on the ground. She leaves her knives concealed.
Ni-Ella will put her pistol on the ground as well, but she also has a concealed knife.
Are we still in trees or kind of on a flat?
Ni-Ella has stepped out of the forest, so she's probably 5 feet out before she stopped and waited so as to not appear threatening.
I'll put my pistol down, but not
Pistered?
too far away. Indeed. Words.
Carrick will look at Holly and ask Holly if the Jedi will be parting themselves from their lightsabers.
Wait. You're asking her if they should do that?
Yeah, he's using this as a teaching moment.
Holly is going to just kind of like tuck. She's gonna look ahead to Beryl and Ni-Ella, who've put their weapons down, and all she's gonna do is just kind of try to conceal her lightsaber.
Carrick nods approvingly and kind of wraps his cloak a little bit tighter around himself, also hiding the hilt of his lightsaber. Skullduggery? That is ridiculous.
I'm gonna use my advantage from my last roll. My one advantage.
Both my stealth and skullduggery are the same, so I'm going to go with skullduggery because the name.
And what was his rank? Okay. Indeed, Captain. Thank you. I apologize for not being as forthcoming with my identity, but in these times, it can be very dangerous. Well, we were, it's been a bit of time. We were able to reconnect after Belkandan with Republic forces for a short time before having to leave again. I understand that there's been an attack in the core worlds, and that it's a very tense time. There's a lot of uncertainty out here. Understood, and we'll do that. We'll talk to the people here uh, with your instruction. But before we do, I just want to ask. I see you have patrols. What is the relative level of safety here, and do you have any concerns for the people here, as far as imminent danger? No, understood. Then that leads me to my second question. Is there anyone that needs medical attention? No, I do not. Okay, yeah, I recognize them. I'll go speak to her immediately. And then Ni-Ella would turn to the others and nod, kind of giving them the indication that they could choose where they will go. And then look back and say, look down at her blaster pistol on the ground and say, would you mind if we keep our arms while we're here? I think so, yeah. Okay, and she'll do so. She doesn't correct him because they are still kind of trying to stay off the grid, so it's okay if she doesn't tell a lot about herself, just so everyone's aware. Nope.
And Beryl will snap her mouth shut because she was about ready to correct him, but noticing that Ni-Ella didn't, she chooses not to, and she crouches down to pick up both her weapons, straps she puts the pistol in its holder and the gun across her shoulder again.
Ajax had done that as soon as he noticed that it was the captain and just noticed we were okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'll also retrieves her pistol and holsters it.
And I'll ask the captain where the command post is. Head over there, see what he can start looking to do to shore up security.
He should be fine. Thank you. We won't try to take it. We wouldn't take your power anyway. Yeah, I understand. We've seen some of this, and yes, I'm glad you found this place and that you've been safe so far. Neela just nods solemnly, kind of understanding there's a bigger, not so great story to hear.
And Beryl's loosely going to shadow Ni-Ella as she looks around. Yeah, occasionally she'll see children come up and point to her. And she'll just smile and crouch down a little bit and talk to them, ask them how they're doing. And
Carek will stay around the general vicinity of Ni-Ella as well, kind of watching around the perimeter of the area, but staying close to her.
Holly's actually going to go to the bonfire with HX.
And Neela heads towards the elder.
Beryl, seeing that Carek was also shadowing Ni-Ella, she'll stand up, she'll look to him, she says, Master Jedi, if you're going to stay with the captain, then I'll check the perimeter.
Nods at Beryl and just simply says, understood.
Thank you. And Beryl will start heading off towards where the patrols are to speak to them.
As I'm heading to the bonfire, I'm looking for any kind of bits and bobs and little things I can possibly make little drones out of. And their barricades and whatever. Just not tearing down anything, just looking for surface bits and bobs. That tracks. And take my advantage from prior for one blue. That tracks. Just look over to Holly, and then kind of step to the right. I don't want to be near that thing.
Okay, so just to be clear, there's a person with their hood up and there's a lightsaber hilt on the ground. Okay. Okay. Well, she's going to I guess she's going to be quiet. She's just going to continue kind of taking in. She's kind of staying close to HX, but she's definitely noted this individual and what's on the ground.
Now just kind of hover in place, looking for securities or anything like holes in the walls, or I'm just on high alert, ready for something to attack. And as I scan, I go back to the hooded figure, and then over to Holly, and then like shift my head a little bit, stare at her for a second, and then keep moving, keep scanning. No, no, I stayed in place. I'm scanning in place. I don't want near. I don't want anywhere near that thing. No. Same difficulty. And I've done the math between me and him to make sure that he can't just stand up and swipe at me.
She's also kind of taking everything in. She knows this person is there, but she's also very much of the mind that you wouldn't disturb that person, especially since they just got here. She's much more cautious on that, so she's not like reaching for the lightsaber or anything. She's just kind of following HX as he does his thing, also trying to take in like the surroundings and the little makeshift village they're in. Looking for, I guess you could say she's looking for anything other than that guy that kind of looks out of place. Uh, when she's seeing this, does she see anybody who's like struggling with what they're doing? Okay, I'm gonna have Holly go over there and try to help. And she just says, I'm Holly. I'm happy to help. It's okay. Don't worry, I'm just here to help. I won't eat you today. She just kind of laughs as she says that. I'm just here to help. No need to worry. She just kind of like is focusing on the assistance she can provide at that moment. Okay, I'm keeping my advantage for my last roll. And it's going to be 2 difficulty. Okay. And it's stealth. Nope. Okay. She hears this and she again is going to continue to help out, but she's going to note there's a sense of anxiety around the other person here.
Ni-Ella would wait until the space is clear enough to approach the elder and then walk towards her and smile and nod and say, "Yes, we just arrived. My name's Ni-Ella. I'm a doctor, and the captain sent me your way. Said you might have something that needs looking at." Did she just say it doesn't look like we've recently arrived? Okay. Yes, we have, but well, I do like to feel useful, and I've found that, especially in situations where we don't have, a hospital or medical facility nearby, it's really good to take a close look at any scratches. So Neela would get close, kind of down close to the ground so she can access her calf. And as she's doing all this, she's talking to the elder, asking about, kind of um, her home world because she's met Athorians before, and she always liked the vibration of their voice. She finds it really interesting, and so she's asking, where she's from, like what she used to do, that sort of thing. And while she's examining her leg, she's feeling to see if it's hot. She's looking to see discoloration around the gash. If there's any discoloration, she's going to take out a small um, utensil to mark the skin where that discoloration is. She's assessing, like, within the gash if there's any colors, noting that there is a small that there is an infection starting. So she's doing that assessment before she pulls out her med pack, and she'll do a further assessment with that, uh, with the help of that. Okay, I'm going to use my previous advantage for the charm. Oh, it's been a few weeks. So with medicine, I do have a blue die just based on the med pack. And is this medicine check a difficulty 2? Okay, sounds good. So as she's assessing all that, she's listening to the elder and nodding along. And when she offers, that if you ever want to come learn from the planet Vithor, Ni-Ella does express interest because learning more about the medicinal uses of plants would be very interesting to her. So as she gets that information about the wound, um, and when the elder pauses, she'll just let her know, all right, looks like your scratch is starting to get infected, but we've caught it early. I'd like to see if I can heal this a bit so that it doesn't get any worse. Neela smiles and nods, but doesn't say anything in response. So now she'll try to heal her wound. All right, I'm going to pull the advantage from my last assessment, which was very thorough, and that'll be in addition to the blue die from my med pack.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so I would take to make sure the edges are close together, tie it with something, suture it with something that would dissolve automatically, so she won't have to worry about those stitches hanging out or doing anything with them. And also put like a healing sort of cream on it to speed the healing process. Yes, and if there's anything else wrong with her, I'll just fix it all. Okay, great. All right, great. So once all that's done, I'll check with her to see how she's feeling. Did everything feel okay? Is there any discomfort? Great. So Ni-Ella stands up and she'll ask the elder to stand up and just make sure that there's no discomfort while walking.
Carek looks up and just simply replies, Carek Maze.
And Beryl's off with a patrol, so she's not there.
Carek doesn't necessarily nod, but just simply says, not hiding.
Ni-Ella would kind of expand on that and say, well, there's been some misinformation about what's happening and the Jedi's part in it. So we found that it's better not to advertise. It's hard to say what could have happened. All we can do is do our best moving forward. I did hear as we were entering and your class was ending that one of your children has a mother that's not feeling well. I see. Well, I'm planning to go talk to the captain more. We haven't had a chance to discuss the current situation on the planet. So I think it's best if I head there next. You're welcome to join. And it's really been a pleasure talking to you.
Is Carek familiar with the name? Do I need to roll for that? Yep. Okay. Hearing this, Carek will pause for a second and nod and say, I'd like to meet and speak with this Jedi Master. Carek nods and thanks the Thorian for the information. Shrug shoulder.
Well, shall we head out to the fire then?
Yes.
Ni-Ella would look to see if the Thorian will join us. Thank you for your time, and I hope all goes well with you. Ni-Ella would look over at Carek and then kind of nod towards the fire and just start walking out.
Okay, 2 purple. Okay, well, not seeing them at the educational section, she'll start moving. Um, where are the patrols? Because she wants to speak to them. Okay, so Beryl's going to actually look for one of these patrols actively so that she can talk with them a little bit. Gonna do a little bit of chit chat first, if she can, and then get into the meteor subject of if there had been any sightings or attacks or anything. She'll nod her head to say, I understand. I'll go speak with the captain then. If you need help with patrol, just let me know while I'm here. And then she'll turn around and head towards, I guess, the bonfire, hoping to find the captain there. Okie
All right.
dokie. Back.
Yep.
Well, Captain, I think you've done an amazing job with what you have, but I also heard a bit about some trouble. I'd like to hear more. And Ni-Ella would sit close to the captain.
Beryl comes in closer, and she's going to take a seat relatively close to Ni-Ella.
I haven't moved. I'm continuing to do the exact same things that I was doing.
Carek will just approach slowly with Ni-Ella.
Yep. Holly's gonna just kind of join Carrick there.
Carek will, like, I guess, slowly approach the Jedi, the other Jedi that's there, to try and do an introduction. Has he, like, or have they acknowledged, like, anybody's arrival or anything like that? Okay, so yeah, Carrick will approach and then quietly just simply say, Master Jedi. Carek will nod in acknowledgement and just reply, Jedi Knight Carek Maze. This here is my Padawan. And then he looks and sees that Hali has moved.
Yeah, Holly moved over where Beryl and Ni-Ella were.
So he'll point in her direction. Sorry, repeat that. He looks pained to say this, but he says, have you not heard what happened with the Jedi? I'm here mainly on behalf of the Republic. I'm here as part of a member of a team under the leadership of Captain Ni-Ella. Yes. Why have you isolated yourself? So you blame the council? Eric just kind of silently shakes his head, taken back by the anger to a certain degree. Your attitude's unbecoming of the Jedi. And Carek will just kind of turn away. Carek bites his tongue slightly, knowing not to provoke more, but definitely wants to say more. Speak of death and destruction of a planet, yet laugh. Quite an example of Jedi you are. Nothing further to say to you. Do not judge me. No, I simply do not wish to engage any further, as I said. Carek
Ni-Ella.
walks up into his face.
Ni-Ella will stand when Carek walks over to face down the Jedi Master and put a hand on his shoulder.
Yeah, feels Ni-Ella's arm on his shoulder, turns to see her,
Kind of shakes
turns
her
away,
head slightly.
and then he turns away from the Jedi Master.
Ni-Ella would, now that Carek turned away and she's facing the Jedi Master, she would introduce herself as Ni-Ella. And does he already know we were on Belkadan? I forgot if that came up. So Ni-Ella will say, "It's good to meet you, Jedi Master. You should know that Jedi Mace and I were also on Belkadan, along with HX." And she gestured towards him. So, it's good you were there to get these survivors off that planet. I haven't met many who did. And she would just nod solemnly. That's correct. Master Drawl, I understand your frustration with the Jedi. I do feel the same with the Republic. And it is something I can't let go of either, but I'm trying to focus on the very hard lesson that Belkadin was, in the hopes that we can prevent something as bad, if not worse, from happening in the future. That's how I'm trying to carry that burden. Yes, that is my training. That has been my place, yes. I do hear you, and I do understand the necessity of keeping one's oath, but we continue to have those oaths, and we have to continue to try to keep them as best we can, even in these times. And as much as I'd like to continue discussing the bigger picture, I do want to hear about the smaller picture here on this planet. How are these people to be kept safe? And what is threatening them now? And then with this, she'd turn and look back at the captain and go to sit back down. Ni-Ella nods, gestures for him to continue. I see. What is needed to make this place safe? No, please explain. I see. Yes, we had heard of a cult that operated from this planet. Um, you said that if people come back, have there been people taken by this cult that have come back? Here, let's just say we're trying to help the Republic, the Jedi, anyone affected by this war in the best way we can. So, do you have any idea of the numbers or the location for this cult? I see. And when you were there, how many did you see? At this point, Ni-Ella's going to look around to Beryl and Rhapsody, Carek, sorry, and see if they have any questions. Just kind of nod at them and frown a little.
So this is why your patrol is on high alert at all times? Beryl lowers her chin a moment. You can tell that she's thinking because she's brought her hand up to rest, well, her forefinger across her chin and with her thumb under it. And you can just see that she's thinking at the moment before she starts drawing in the dirt at her feet. Unable to put what she's got in her head into words yet, so she just stays quiet.
Carek doesn't have anything to ask.
Holly's just listening as well.
Continue.
Oh, well, know that even if they don't say anything now, they have valuable insight. And Captain, what else do we need to know about this? What are we missing? I understand. Um, I would like to take a moment, maybe some time to confer with my team, and we'll see what we can offer. let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's see what can be accomplished first. Ni-Ella, is it better for us to leave the fire, or are we going to be left alone at the fire? Just in general, he got up, I think. So just how are other people around the fire acting? If they're not leaving, then Ni-Ella would get up to step away. Ni-Ella kind of sighs a little bit. Once everyone's gone, it's just the 5 of them remaining. She'll just kind of look around to the group and say, all right, thoughts?
They said roughly 16 members of the cult that are there.
15, but I'm sure it's an estimate.
I would say a recon is definitely needed to make sure that that's all that we're coming up against.
I agree. I wouldn't want to take on the whole cult head on. That wouldn't be in our advantage, that's for sure.
That's all that's there.
Aren't we on a scouting mission?
We are, and I think finding out about this cult is going to be part of it.
They're crazy. They kill people. Sounds like we need to do the same.
As much as I wish we could convince them to leave, I think that would only be a temporary solution if it's even possible. I don't believe that these people will be safe as long as they're here.
I think Holly's gonna speak a little bit, and she's just gonna say, we must be mindful not to judge until we have seen what this cult is.
Yes, that's a good point. We are only getting half of the story at this time. We need more information on the other half. If we're to proceed with a reconnaissance mission, we are now, I'm assuming, late afternoon. We're now in the latter part of the day. Would we be better off waiting till tomorrow, or should we pursue this in the evening hours into night when we might have some cover?
I think the cover of night would possibly be the best. May not want to wait till morning.
We also don't know the terrain, though, or the animal, or if there's other humanoids between here and there. So we need to be careful if we go at nightfall.
If we were to leave sooner and get closer before night falls, I think we may have a better chance of getting there safely, but also have that advantage of night.
We can also ask the captain about any information about local wildlife and the terrain in that direction.
That's a great point. And I think that could help us determine when we go. Just to confirm, are we all in agreement that we're going to go at least see what is out there?
Beryl nods curtly.
We're here to help, and this is the help that they require.
Indeed.
Ni-Ella looks to Hali.
And Holly nods. She's kind of like taking things in a little bit slower. And she just says, "We must discover more about this cult." And yes, that is what we must do. And then she just looks to her master and kind of funnels behind him.
All right. See if we can get the captain over to talk about wildlife and then decide on a plan of next steps. Yes, Captain, we'd like to first ask about local wildlife. Are we looking at anything that could cause us trouble on our way there or back? I see. Knowing this and with your knowledge of the planet, would you say it's better to travel during day? I see. Very interesting flora. Definitely not useful for sneaking up on anyone. I see. That's very interesting information, but Yes, it may be better to save more discussion for later. Ni-Ella looks up at the sky. Where's the sun right now? Ni-Ella nods. All right. And then I think that gives us time to prepare. Well, you're more than welcome, but it sounds like they also need protection, and I wouldn't want to take that away. All right, then maybe we take a look at those speeders. All right, anything HX might be able to help with? Oh, well, that's good to hear. Yeah, let's see if we can help out that engineer then. Well, I know, having worked with HX for some time, that I wouldn't say he's not alive. Indeed. Well, a conversation for another time. Right. Well, let's get this sorted.
Hmm. May the force be with you. And she nods her head.
May it be with us all, he says plainly.
Work our way over to the engineer. Indeed. And he'll put out his digit. We're here to help you, sir. If you could move away from my internal specs. Yes. No, we're just unfortunately in a little bit of a hurry. We don't need to break with pleasantries and such. Indeed. We can talk while you work, or we work, but no interrogation, please. Indeed. Ni-Ella as well is decent at this kind of work.
She shakes his hand and nods and smiles. It's good to meet you too. Let's see what we can do with the speeder, huh? Oh, well, she'll just kind of uh, surreptitiously wipe it on her robe, not really caring too much, but still.
Excellent. Let's try to get that done. I'll do a mechanics check.
I don't have any points in it. I think we have the same number for int, so we'll
I
go
have
with.
1 point.
Okay, let's go with that, and then I can assist. Oh wait,
No threat.
yeah,
No
no
threat.
threat.
3 successes. As I'm working, I'm going to try to get, if he can tell me where extra parts are, if he has any extra parts, what their supply is, stuff like that. I'm looking for like simple parts to make a simple powered drone for them. Like we're talking small battery, 2 wires, nothing extra, It's very simple design. Just alert if anybody's near. Indeed. And I'll just continue walking. Let's continue working. He gets nothing. Nothing.
Ni-Ella just kind of shrugs and says, "So you're a mechanic by trade? Where did you do your training?" Oh no, I've heard. I actually have an uncle that's a mechanic, so yeah, I've heard a lot about Corellia. Ni-Ella's just nodding, keeping him engaged, trying to keep him from bothering Ajax. Oh, so you got us still back in the woods? I see. You don't want to advertise. Probably not a good idea in this situation. Yeah, I did know. Yeah, that's a good point. Make sure to have some on hand for that, but probably best not to, drink it. Yeah, I heard he was able to help everyone get off Belkaden. You were also on Belkaden? Yeah, yeah, that was awful. Yeah, sorry to bring it up. I mean, still trying to process it. That was a lot. Occasionally, Neil is looking around to see if anyone else is here to help talk to Mr. Creel. Well, we're just trying to find other survivors, and we're really lucky to find you all. Well, we've had some pointers, but nothing that I think would put you in danger. Yeah, we found some safety, but things are getting less safe in a lot of places now. Yeah, yeah. They're pretty bad. They're awful. I really, really wish that we weren't in this situation. Right. Well, just glad they haven't. Um, they're not everywhere. There's only so many of them. So there's a lot of planets out there. Just glad that we found a few people. Yeah. I do not. I don't think that's true in the least. I think that what happened was caused by the Sith, and that's the end of that story. And whether it could have been prevented, well, that's another conversation, a big conversation. But as far as causing it, that was all Sith. Indeed. I'm glad you all made it here.
Beryl's trying to prepare as best she can for this outing, making sure that she's got her armament and air. Um, yeah, brain not connecting. Yeah. Um, her she's got her guns and the ammunition. There we go. And then ammunition that she might need. Um, Making sure also that she has any personal stim packs. Double checking as to whether or not she's going to need to go back to the ship for anything or if anybody else is going to at this point. She has her things. She knows that much.
Carrick would have found a quieter part there of the area and kind of done some reaching out in meditation to try and see if he can sense or feel anything from or about this cult and to help himself recenter after his confrontation. No. So it's just a basic meditation, not an actual force power. Difficulty? I put it to 3. Once he's done that, he will head to look for Hali and kind of meet up with her.
I think she was just wandering around. I think she just, again, she's trying to kind of see, because I think for Holly, I think she's someone who, especially, she doesn't necessarily take everything like as is, like what's said or what's, looks like this is what this is. She's kind of taking in things to try to see if there's some deeper meaning or something deeper there that maybe isn't everyone isn't taking into consideration. So that's why she's kind of looking around a little bit more. Hallie like turns at that and looks at the Jedi Master and she says, yes, nice to meet you as well, Master. And Hallie just kind of takes a soft breath and just says, from what I know, it was attacked by the Sith. It was a target that was expected to be targeted at the Senate and a hit at the Republic, but instead it was a misdirection and the Jedi Temple was the target. And it all I know is there was a great loss of life. And it's very unsettling, as you have probably felt. Mm, you may. I I am a defender. That that is my preference, to defend the weak and the innocent, as I feel is just as a Jedi. I do not believe there is a most important form, Master. I understand, Master. I understand, Master. And though you and Master Maze may not agree, I find, and perhaps it's my own culture that makes me believe that such matters and such emotions are better left to the side, as we understand the power of emotion and how it can lead us to the dark side. And she would allow him to do that, and then quickly kind of make sure it was moved after. And she would just say, "Indeed, though I must return to my master and prepare for our journey. Thank you for your insight and knowledge, Master." That is very true and very right, Master. I will meditate on that knowledge. May the force be with you, Master.
Ni-Ella would go over to the captain to tell him that they are going to head out. Indeed. Oh, we'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Captain. All right. Well, thank him for me. I'm sure that HX will greatly appreciate this. All right. We'll be there soon. Ni-Ella will go back and hand HX's parts. Sorry.
I use the mechanic station and build a small little drone. It's just an alert drone, essentially. I'll do the two different ones. Two different mechanics checks. Three successes, one advantage.
Neil going to hand out the keys for the bikes and just check to make sure everyone's ready.
How many seats per bike?
How many what?
Solo it is. I'm grabbing mine.
Yeah, I would give him the information about can hold two, but better to have one.
Oh, better for y'all. Carek can't drive worth a lick.
New planet, you'll be fine.
All right.
Beryl will take her key and go over to one of the swoop bikes, load her gear onto it.
Carek will take the key and head over to the bike and just kind of look it over and quietly talk to it. This is gonna work.
Holly's gonna go over to the bike and look at it, and then look at Carrick talking to his, and then look at Beryl like loading hers up, and she's just going to stare at it for a minute.
Beryl looks at both of them, watches both of them, and her eyebrow kind of quirks a little bit. And it's like, Master Jedi, do you have a problem?
Don't have a positive history with speeder bikes, but we will overcome.
I walk over, be like, see tree, don't hit tree. And just start my bike up and move forward.
Ni-Ella gets her bike, kind of looks around, nods at anyone who sees her, doesn't say anything.
Beryl will see the Padawan just looking at her bike. And she'll speak up to her. It's like, Hali, have you ever driven a bike before?
Holly says, "Nope, I have not, but I am sure I will be successful in this endeavor, though it might take some learning." And then she just kind of gets on the bike and then takes the key and puts it into the, into the bike and turns and would turn it on. Like she's just kind of cautiously like looking over the controls and everything because she wants to make sure she understands the controls. Oh God, this is gonna be terrible.
Out of character, just good thing we have a medic.
Yeah. After Holly kind of gets all that she kind of perks up and she feels a lot more confident. You can see it on her face.
Yep, ready as we're gonna be. Got it. Well, hopefully we'll be seeing you again soon. Yep.
Beryl guns her, or doesn't gun it, but she'll pull forward to take point. Middle again.
Ni-Ella's going to want to be towards the back so she can keep an eye on everyone to make sure there's no issues going forward.
She's
Doing
like,
two in a row too, or
yeah,
two
she's
side by side.
she's beside HX.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, pulling my advantage from before.
Very good. Very good start. Strong start.
Let the record show that Holly did not fail. She just got a threat.
Ni-Ella got nothing.
Uh-huh.
You all don't know what one ahead means.
No,
I
apparently
know.
not.
I'm saying, what the heck are those two doing?
I moved ahead.
Yeah, you moved ahead two, because I moved ahead one.
Yeah, Carrick.
That's a titanium foot, sir.
I'm taking my advantage from the last roll.
Doing the same.
And that was with my advantage from the last. Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, because if we've got some people too far back, that could be dangerous. So she's going to slow down a bit.
Outstanding.
Noticing the issues Carek's having, Neil will try to keep pace with him and not let him fall behind.
Yeah.
Beryl's slowing down a little bit, noticing that Carek is not in view again beside her.
Very good. I'm not using a light side point for fucking speeder bike travel.
The only way through, sir.
And last time I did try that, and it still failed. Just
Oh,
saying,
go
we
for it.
tried a light side point last time to try and do a cool little swipe maneuver, and we did a donut and wasted a light side point.
So waste the light side point. It'll be funny.
Fine, we use advantage again too. Oh my god. Did you almost just say before it explodes?
Exploding.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna jump off.
Don't forget Don't forget to scream Utini.
Oh.
Yeah,
Can I help him?
use my advantage as well.
What? But I know he's back there. Okay. I was gonna say she's gonna try to maneuver herself so he can jump onto her bike.
I think Niella's close enough for that though. She's trying to keep pace with him and sees him going for a tree.
Nope, it's okay. Carrick will
No,
fall and hurt
no,
himself.
no.
It's okay.
Yes, go on ahead, Padawan. Please, we don't need both of us to die
It's
in
all
this.
good. It's all good. Nope. Nope. No, thank you.
No, no, I agree 100% with the decision. So I am using my advantage from my last roll, which has served me so well so far. So fingers crossed. Here we go.
I'm assisting. Wait, does he get an extra blue for his previous advantage in addition to my assist? Oh my goodness.
God damn.
Ooh.
Hey, can I soak any of that? All right. 2 wounds, 5 strain. Got it. Yeah, considering that's usually what I'm using to manipulate a lot of in combat. But right now I'm having combat with my ability to pilot. I would herp so. Stellar. Outstanding.
Okay, so Carrick bike exploding. I'm assuming we're gonna get him.
Yeah, Beryl's definitely gonna. She's going to slow down and pull a U-turn.
Yep, Holly's gonna slow and then go to where Carrick is.
Okay, Niella will, slow down, jump off her bike, and go check to see if he's injured. All right. Beryl gets back. Niella will look up as she approaches and say, "Keep an eye out." And then she's going to pull her med pack out.
Beryl's going to dismount. Or no, she's going to stay on her bike because it's a little bit, gives her a little bit more height over the grass.
I had a feeling. That's why I asked the question. I had a feeling.
I like how he pulled it back though to try to not say it.
Okay. All right. And am I rolling to heal initially? I mean, because are his injuries pretty obvious, or do I need to check his injuries first?
He did
Okay.
intergalactic parkour.
Okay. Okay. So Neela's going to go to heal his wounds and just kind of look at him and shake her head and say, "You got to do something about your piloting."
Why avoid it?
So she heals the 2 wounds. She also heals 2 strain.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Thank you, Captain, he says after she stabs him with the med pack.
She's nice about it, and she just kind of nods and helps him up.
Ollie's gonna just look at Carrick as he's getting assisted and just be like, I don't think talking to the bike was as helpful as you'd hoped it had been.
You can hear Beryl kind of like spit and sputter, trying not to laugh, but she just, yeah, she can't help it.
You're all too wise, my Padawan.
Neela smiles because she's enjoying this interchange.
You had one direction. One direction was given. And just head further towards the colony.
All right, so are we far enough out that we need to bike further, or should we leave our bikes here?
Hell yeah.
All right, so I think we should move our bikes, at least not at the crash site. A little far
Yeah, let's
bit
move away
away.
from the flaming tree.
Oh my god.
So, alright. Who am I bumming a ride with?
Beryl's probably the best person. I think we could guide them. Yeah.
Okay. And he rolled stealth to hide his shame.
No, cool.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, sure. Whoever hasn't rolled, but if they already rolled, it's fine.
I think
Hali
Hali
needs help.
needs help.
Hali. Okay. What is it? Difficulty. Still just 2, no black.
So Holly puts her bike, and maybe it's not the most hidden place. And Carrick looks at it like, no, Padawan.
No, no. So
You know,
Carek tries to
this is not
cover it with
good.
a branch and instead knocks it over.
Makes it more apparent than ever.
Yep.
And Holly just looks at him like, ah, master.
Not been my day.
No. I want it for the record. I want to say Hallie felt good about how her bike looked, and then Carrot came and knocked it over, and then she just looked at him and walked away.
Uh, not been a good session for Carrick at all.
Beryl cautions. Beryl cautions everybody really quick as she pulls her rifle from her shoulder and crouches down close to the bikes, trying to get the others to do something similar.
Yeah, good. Ni-Ella will follow suit. She'll draw her pistol, try to get back within the near where they're trying to hide, which isn't right at the explosion, so a little bit away, and just crouch down.
HX. He'll pull his blaster and try to sneak into the forest. No.
Well, I wasn't hiding behind it. I was just hiding sort of with them.
Yeah, I would say I'm near the speeders we tried to hide, but not behind them, not with them, just kind of near, so we can keep an eye on whether they notice those speeders in addition to the exploded one.
What are we
Go in the
rolling?
forest.
Right, but what it was. Okay, thank you.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, I nearly choked on my tea. I was taking a
I mean,
sip.
he's technically near Hallie's, right? So I had to roll the black with it. Dude, I have not done a single success roll.
I think you got us 2 light side points.
That is the only thing that was positive from any dice roll that I've done tonight.
She had to check her dog.
Put Hallie up for adoption for a bloody capable Jedi Master. I haven't had a single success roll in any roll that I've done. Not one.
All of the stealth, all of the piloting, like most of us only have 2 points in it and no skill. So
I
it's
only
a rough
say like
night.
piloting for me. It's just too green. Like that's all it is.
What's that?
I have planetary. Now I have both.
I have the same in both, and I did terrible when we did the space piloting.
I can't. There's nothing I can say.
Can you?
No, she says she's gonna roll.
Yeah. Can we drive speeders at a slower speed if we have to? Just thinking ahead.
No.
Yeah, because if we have to put 2 people on a bike, we want to go a lot slower, I think. Yeah, I'm scared for us to do that. I mean, we can't even get from point A to point B right now.
I listen. We would have been fine.
Which was more than 15.
Ni-Ella is going to indicate that we should not reveal ourselves.
Yeah, Beryl's down on her stomach at this point with her rifle, ready to start taking pot shots if she had to.
So then I guess Carek, being the only one that's detected, kind of put his hands up and kind of bring the focus onto himself and away from them looking further for anybody else. Yep. Just following the force. Is that an offer or a command? Seem quite well armed to be offering aid or support. Very well, I will go with you. He says, not abruptly, but in response, as to not have them continue kind of saying or looking into anybody additional. The force will guide me.
My God, is this stuff that they all would hear? They're like chanting.
So they're currently behind Carek, or they're fully surrounded. Okay. So then he'll obviously start moving with them. Carek just kind of looks silently but doesn't engage.
Oh my gosh. Uh, as soon as they're far enough away, Holly's gonna get up and she's she's going to look to the others and she's gonna be like, they plan to use his blood. It's like they said, they're attracted to force users.
All right, let's come up with a plan. We need to get our hands on some robes and some masks.
Beryl's looking down the scope of her gun. She's ready to take out a couple of them, but she doesn't have a silencer.
The only way I see for us to get through this is to infiltrate this group. We can't come at them just the four of us. There's too many.
And Holly's gonna look and she's gonna look to Beryl actually, and just gonna be like, I think the lieutenant may be the best option here. She's not a force user, so she might not be. I don't know how they know, and if they don't know, then it could be any of us. But if the lieutenant does not have the force, then she is the safest option.
Agreed. I think to aid the infiltration, we need some distractions as well. It's the best way we can distract this group.
You can use parts of the exploded speeder, possibly.
I think we need to see their camp a little closer. We might also be able to start a fire or two.
Beryl's rummaging through to see if she had through her sack to see if she had any uh, grenades with her, but she comes up short with that.
All right, let's grab what we can from the speeders that exploded and carefully make our way towards their camp. She looks around, make sure everyone acknowledges.
Bowing her head, or not bowing her head, but nodding in agreement. She'll stand up finally, putting her rifle over her shoulder and prepared to tugging on her gloves, preparing to get dirty and get some of these parts ready. Probably. I only have 2 in perception.
I am a yellow and 2 green.
Just 2 green.
Blue die, 2 difficulty or more.
How? That's 5 blank die. Is any of the a tree or anything around it on fire?
Carek, the gift that just keeps giving.
All right, we're gonna need like some sturdy sticks that could hold this fire. If we have any rags, we could tie around them. 'Cause I think this could be useful if we hurry.
Holly's gonna pick up sticks around the tree. Yay, no rolls for sticks.
So something thick, like a branch. It's not gonna burn up too quickly. Well, I think the oil from the speeder bike could be used to soak, if there's any available. Or putting the branch in the oil that is on fire would work as well.
Yes.
I have an extra blue die on coordination, so I'll roll
I
that
have a
one.
yellow and green in leadership.
I do as well.
Yeah, you can roll because you're the leader.
Okay, I have a note from session 17, so we're on session 19 now, that I can add 1 blue die to a leadership role at any time. All right, it's one-time use. Okay, and that's it. There's really no assisting leadership, I don't think.
Okay, I will roll the coordination. 2 difficulty as well.
What do you have for coordination, HX?
Coordination is 1 yellow, 1 green.
Okay. Way more than me. I've
With a
got
blue
4
die.
green. Just one. Well, that's what I was going to ask. As if that was that just one, or could we have made like 4? How many do
I
you
would
want,
say,
Ayala?
it would be good if we had multiple, if we can, as many as we can get up to 4.
Do I still get the extra blue die from the assistance of everyone else?
You got this. You got this.
I'll get 1 extra torch.
All right. I think the next step for us will be let's move towards where we think their village is, staying far away from the group because we have a torch with us. Trying to come in like maybe from the side or something. And we are running out of time as well for today. Just a question. I don't know that this would apply, but with my armor, I have removed 1 black die from stealth checks. Okay, so I'm keeping the torch kind of lower. I'm not holding it high above my head, making sure I'm not setting the bushes and the trees on fire. keeping it on the opposite side of my body from where I know there is a big group of cultists, and just shielding it, like turning my shoulders some as I'm moving, just trying to keep it as inconspicuous as possible. And I don't think it's completely dark yet, which hopefully helps us a little.
I made it, but I stepped away and started slinking into the bushes.
And hopefully Hali then, because Beryl's going to be pulling her rifle back over her shoulder.
Okay, Holly will take it. I think it's actually. I'm not sure if her holding the torch is going to be. I don't know how her sight works and with heat. Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking of it because it'd be directly in her peripheral, like right there by her. But other than that, I understand. I need to roll the black die, right? Well, I'm going to probably, let's see.
God damn.
You
I knew
jinxed
that
it,
was gonna
Rise,
happen.
though.
This I'll just go with that then. Yeah, she falls behind.
How far is the village? Oh, Beryl's going to move up as close as she can in the direction that Ni-Ella had suggested. But she's under cover of dark. So she's going to take up position as a sniper position once she gets to the edge.
Has he been disarmed? Okay, just so we know. He remains still and just says the force is with me. That's all he says.
I want to make a note that Beryl did pull out her respirator and put it on because of the smoke and everything, so that she could remain quiet.
Poor Carek.